All right, good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. Hope I've got this going all right. I'm starting a half hour early here because I have to be away at 8 o'clock. So I hope this is all going all right. Seems to be. Yeah, Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. We have the CPI out this morning, just came out, and its market's tanked off 20 handles on that number right here. So this is Risk Neutral Trading. It's my virtual trading journal. The idea is that everything I see on my monitors, Bookmap and IRT, are captured in the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment. And that way I have a complete journal record, completely transparent and fully accountable. All trades are taken here on Bookmap, live, anticipated in advance, live trades, trade management, etc. This is not intended for trade advice or financial advice, because I'm not able or licensed to provide that, and I don't intend to. But this, again, is my trading journal, and I share it openly with anybody who cares to look over my shoulder. Trade, it streams every morning from typically 8 o'clock Central Standard Time until 1500. Today being an exception at 7:30 instead of 8, and goes for the full cash market. Now, as I said, we have some, not really. We have the CPI, which is already out, and that is, no, I'm sorry, PPI. CPI was yesterday. They say it's a 1.4 improvement. Well, okay. How can the price index be up on PPI and down on CPI? I'm not sure, but there you go. And as I would hope everybody knows, yeah, there's the S&P index. So these numbers are deceitful, because a raise in the PPI is bad for the economy. That means it costs more. Inflation. And here's a perfect example of how that plays out. And I hope that everybody knows Trump et al. Are on their way to, or have landed already, probably in China, for a trip to Beijing with the news. Here is my two news sources are investing.com, which is this one. It's my usual go-to. You can filter both for anything you want. These are the ads. In other words, this is free, and there's a reason it's free. That way anybody can have access to what I'm using resource-wise, and you can filter this for wherever you are. We are in earnings week, but no big earnings this season, or today, I'm sorry. And this is Financial Juice, which is the second one of the news sources I use. Also, you can filter it. The difference is Financial Juice they will pull into this calendar non-traditional revenue reports and economy reports. Investing.com will not. You'll never see Trump is going to sign executive orders or press conference or anything here. And I like that, because this is what we were used to for years as a typical market movers. And you'll see here that if you notice that if you hover your mouse over the event title, it turns into a URL. So if you don't know what the core PPI is all about, you can click that link and go find out everything you need to know about it. Not the case with Financial Juice, but they do pull these random things into their calendar, which we all know in this environment has the potential for risk to our auction. As traders today, we are risk managers. Your primary goal as a trader is to preserve your account. The fundamental way you do that is risk management. The only way you can manage risk is if you know about it in advance. There you go. It's not political. It's a fact. Jack. There you go. So, IRT, my charting package. I'm not going to roll these to the RTH session because there is no RTH session yet. This is going to be kind of a goofy day because typically I roll everything to the RTH session at 8:30 after our open, which changes all the configuration of the relationship of the session prices. But I'm not going to be able to do that today until I get back. So I'll just have to apologize in advance. Let me just take a moment now. This is the, as I said, this is IRT, Investor RT. In the header of every one of these tabs or these views, you can see the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So that might help. This is my higher time frame view, which is always where you should start, in my opinion. And the way this works is these are daily session RTH only. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. In so doing, I get a micro composite VPOC. I get these red and green lines, which represent the high and low values, volume node of the current profile. And those values push to bookmap, as do the session prices. What do we have for volume today? Relatively light. 4.25 points ATR for this moment in time on a 1 minute candle. I also track the full, the RTH or the minis as well as the micros. So let me just drop off here now for a second, and we're having a big sell-off on the PPI, which is perfectly expected. We were at one point range and gap high. You see, I already have them denoted here in case it stayed there. Gap high is from the close to the current open. Range high or range gap is from the previous high or low to the current open. Right now we're within on both limits. You can see that right over. Well, you can see that right over here. There's the close. We're below the close. There's the range. We're within the range. Oopsie doopsie. Okay, I'm going to now spin around the house, make sure everything's on track for the departure here at 8 o'clock. Sorry for the confusion, but what to do, huh? Life's what happens while you're making other plans. Okay, I think everything's getting on track here. Is that again? Sorry for the early start here, but nothing I can do about it. And nothing I would do about it because I do have priorities. Our daughter in life is one of them. And this run will take about an hour, so I'll be back right around 9, usually. See what the traffic's like, a little different, but anyway. An exciting adventure across the highways and byways of Texas. Interesting experience living there. Never have done that before. So where are we? Well, we know we've got some news. We know we've got the Open coming up in about 45 minutes. I'm not going to be able to pull together the statistics because I don't know the Open type yet. So I will have to just punt. Let's see here now. All right. Here we go. All right, here I'm trying to get all of this organized, and I'm probably not doing a very good job of it. We have gone through the reports here. Oh, what am I doing now? I don't want to do that. gone through all the reports over here. No, I don't want to do that either. There we go. I'm going to miss the open, so that's a bummer. And I will not be able to put this or update the session prices, so. So there you go. Always got to be something here. I don't want to do that. Oop. All right, I'm going to step away now, and I'll leave this on. Bookmap, I guess, is the safest place to stay. And I'll be back, as Tennessee Ernie Ford used to say, if the good Lord's willing and the creek don't rise, I'll be back in about an hour and a half. Well, welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. Ho, ho, ho. Anton. Had the big school run here. I hope I got that. Yeah, I did. Okay, good. Let's see what the hell's going on. Well, well, thank you, market. Nothing. We're right back at open where we started. Okay. I don't know where to pick this up now. Let's see what I can do now. So let me just see what kind of skullduggery they've gotten up to today here. We were gap up, range up. No, we were not. Through the evening, through the ETH, we were gap up, range up until the PPI report. And then they brought it all the way down into and opened. Or did they open? Well, they did open it a little bit of a gap up. Now, I'm going to reiterate this whole story about gap and range. I have always considered the gap to be previous high or low. What am I doing here? Previous high or low compared to where we open. In reality, the way the statistics like Edgeful look at it and other data places, a gap is previous close to current open. A range inside or, in range or out of range relates to the previous high or low and the open. So I have changed this to gap low at the close and range low here on my flags. Now we didn't open gap, so I'm going to get rid of that completely. And we do have the gap low, which has been closed already, so I'm going to just I'm going to get rid of that too, because it confuses me. All right, statistics. Let's get to I'll just quickly pull those together since we still have quite a bit of time in the day. Okay. The first thing to do here is to realize that we opened above the close, so we opened higher in range because there was the previous high, there was the previous close, and here's our open. We're higher than the close and we're within range. So I'll need to change this column title to higher in range because I do that every day selfishly because when I look at a screen snap or the stream, I can look at this title and I understand of the column and I understand the relationship here. Next, we're going to clear the statistics for the related prior associated prices from yesterday, and we're going to find the new ones for today. And we do that right over here. So update the column. Here's the day. Higher in range. IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type in blue, but after 8:30. And the way the system works is very simple. It looks back at 1,738 trading days. Of these trading days, the most recent, I should say, 1,738 trading days. Of these 738 days, we opened higher in range 535 of them. Now, the overnight volume point of control at 80.7 is the highest probability, and we've already achieved that. And that is somewhere around here. What happened to that? RTA. So that would be 80.7. Now, I'll point out one thing. I don't usually ever do this after the fact, but you notice that IRT also highlights values or statistic price levels which have been revisited in today's session, and they changed that from black to blue. Overnight high is 74.4. Overnight high is around here somewhere, right up in here. Oh wait, what am I doing? Overnight high is way the hell up here. 74.4. And I'm doing this for a reason. The stream and the recordings are permanent. So I want to, when I review the stream or a screen snap, I want the values to be proper. And obviously previous ETH high is not going to change. So this is no form of budging. Overnight high, we got that. Overnight mid is 72.4. Okay, I can't do things which have changed, like for example, the IB high and low, the RTH POC. I can't do anything about those. I can't do anything about it. Or that apparently. Previous close is 69.3. And here's a real good idea. What is going on? Let me point out something here that's important. Come on, Jesus, what is going on? Has everybody been on holiday or what? This is the close and it's 69.3% of the time. This is the previous RTH. Oh, there we go. Level there. All right, now we're okay. IB low, IB high. Previous highs 58.9. Boy, this is the last day of finals. I've got one more trip and then she's done for the season, the year. Until the summer term, if you're going to head into that. What else do I have to think about over here? What happened to the previous low? Previous low is 34.8. And I'm assuming that's way down here in the corn patch somewhere. Wait a minute. ETH low, that's the overnight low. Let's look at that. Where is that? That's 49.2. Now I'm doing these, obviously this is value area high, but it's also the overnight low. The line indicator will put two titles at the same time. The Cloud Notes doesn't do that. Previous low is so far below us, you can't even imagine. And what is that? 34.8. Look at here. There's the previous RTH low, right? Way down here in the corn patch. Because we had that big buying tail down there. What other values am I missing out on up here? I guess guess that'll get us through the statistics, won't it? I think so. Okay, what else have we got going on now? Hey, Anton. I did a whole lot of trading, as you... I'm hedge guy on the replay. I came up with something. Let me just make sure I've got everything else happening properly here and up to speed, and then I'll share something with you I came up with last night that I am absolutely sure you already come across and figured out, but it made a difference in my opinion, and I'm curious about your thinking here. So let me see what we've got going on here. Okay, and we've got the RTH stuff happening. I got all the charts right. I sent it updated. Antonio, sorry about that. The T-Lab Snap, which I know you look at, and Ned and those guys do. I just sent an updated one, albeit late, but at least it would have the proper RTH numbers in it, and I am pushing the current RTH prices, and I mean the current prices now since I got back. Nothing else I can do. Life's what happens while you're making other plans, isn't it? Okay, let's look at the bar. I hope the bar's open. I'm thirsty. What do you guys think? Oh, the bar's open. There we go. Got a little one. I still haven't made sense as to how to actually trade that off of this this indicator. So, push my mouth. Here is the yeah, it's right. So these off to the left, which I'm not going to bother to try to scroll to, is the high and low of Asia. Then we have the high and low of the U.S. session right now, RTH session. We have not, it is just 13 minutes into the IB. The IB is now set. But it has not been taken out. The way this particular system works is there is a breakout where one side or the other breaks out the IB, and then it pulls back to 25% if it's a long, or to the 50% if it's a short. And I haven't even looked at the statistics, but it's pretty clear that the IB low was put in first, and so the expectation would be for the IB high to be taken out or reached first. And one other note, this profile over here is the weekly composite. Something I thought I'd try to do. And this previous RTH high level here, which I flagged high and low, is usually the most preferred target outside the initial balance. In other words, let's pretend we break out, we pull back, there's the trigger to go along, rather than just target the IB high or one of the levels based on the standard deviation. One of the highest probabilities is the previous RTH high, which would be right there as a target. So that's that. And I don't think, no, nothing's happened over here yet. That's great. I'm back before that happened. Cool. Okay. Well, we're knocking on heaven's door with this IB high, huh? Three or four hits up there. So let's jump over here quickly to the data. What happened? What's all this? Log in. I didn't know I'd been logged out. What the hell happened? I guess here we go. Let's see what's in play today. Forming, this is not right. Where's it? Wow. There is a neutral bias, heavy neutral bias, and they're actually bearish is stronger than the bullish. That's pretty interesting. I don't think I remember that one anytime soon. Let's look at the IB. Okay, great. I don't have the algo optimizer thing, so there you go. Initial balance. The algo idea is something that they're doing, which sounds quite interesting and I'm sure great, but this tab is how you access this, but it's considerably more money. But according to, it's like the typical thing. Well, it pays for itself in the first 2 weeks of a month. So times a million. So I don't know. So here's the IB, and this is what's in play. No break yet. There's a 75% probability we'll have a one market break. And what day do we have down here? By wick. Here is the market breakout, and let's look quickly at the days. This is edgeful, by the way. Oh God, I'm on the right screen. It's a miracle. And this is Wednesday. Today, 84% probability we're going to break out one side. 12% will double, and 4% there's no break. Based on 5-minute candle and the wick, not the close, which makes quite a big difference, actually. Assuming that happens, then we're going to go to the retrace, and here's how I will play that. There's a 55% probability that after the IB high is broken, price will pull back to the 25% level, which is on the trading view indicators, maybe the closest way to see it, this thing right here. Right now we're in a negative candle, so that's going against the bias is the way it's sitting right now. Wow. Anyway, the point is that if it breaks the high, it's got a 55% probability that it'll pull back to this level. There is a, whatever it was, 12% probability it'll come to the half mark, which is 60% it'll pull back to half, and 75% or 20% that it'll come to the 25. So what I would consider probably doing is an entry on the 25 and a stop under the 20. That might be more reasonable. And the levels here, let's take the breakout. These are the probabilities that we'll reach this percent of standard deviation over the IB as potential targets. And you can set those in this indicator with something. Believe me, you can do it. Trust me, call me. You can do that right here. So for example, there's the downsides, right? I'm going to get rid of those from the other day. All right, now let's say we're going to look at the 0.5 and the 1 standard deviation above. There they are. There's the 0.5 and the 1 standard deviation above the IB. So there they are. And there's the IB. But we are at a negative continuation candle, so that means that it's a negative bias, I think. Okay, now into my world, what I've done here is, here's the IB high, the IB low, and these are the percentage levels, right? There's 25 and 50 and 25 off the bottom. I don't put a 75, that confuses me. Next thing I will do is push these levels to bookmap, so that instead of the session prices over here, I have the bookmap. I can also push this IB configuration, which has the pullback in the continuation zones. But I'm trying to focus on watching this one right now, so I'm going to do that. Now, in order to do that, I have to do something kind of goofy here. Bear with me. I've got to change the data that's going to the export data thing, and every time I use the arrow, it moves the book map over to, it moves the focus to this screen. Okay, now in a couple of minutes, the next update here on the export, these will be the percentages, and there they are. There's IB 25, 50, and 25, and the IB high, and then the previous RTH high above for that target that I talked about. I think super, yeah. It's just, I'm sure you've already come across it. I was doing, now that I've got a couple, 3 days, you know, I can do different, I just trade them. I don't really look for specific like IB setups and stuff like that. I'm just trying to get my head around the mechanics of doing the trade and how it works out and how it protects you. And obviously with the original plan, what trades you want to hit today? Oh, bummer. Yeah, let's see, what the hell am I doing now? Where am I? Nobody move. I guess, oh well, of course, Trump's landing in China at 2100 tonight, so I guess, fingers crossed, it might be all quiet for a little bit, I don't know. So here's the hedge, as we know. And I didn't take any screen snaps of them. I guess that was pretty stupid, but here's the price. There's the last one I did. There was the price, there's the quantity and size, there's the add, there's the hedge. These are tie-back numbers to make sure all that stuff comes together, and here's the average price. And these plot, as you know, by selecting long or short, it will put these numbers where they go depending on, and reconfigure this line over here. So this is a long. If I were to go short here, watch the level. This changes around, and up here is our hedge and our add, and this changed and that changed. Anyway, so I think this part works okay. And then I've got the the hedge risk and the base risk and all that. Well, so we know that this is entry. We know that this is what would be the 5-point stop based on up here in your suggestion, and then the hedge at the same entry. Meaning that you're always going to have, as long as the hedge is on, there's going to be a 2.5 point, one or the other, the longs, the 10 long, or the, in this case, or the 1 mini short, are always going to be negative 2.5 points, or about 125 ticks, or 125 bucks. Well, if you're fast, and granted a fast market, it would be tough. I only did it a couple of times and then I was tired. Rather than enter the hedge at the add, if you enter the hedge at the average, the hedge is scratch forever. No matter how, you could let it run till the end of the day and close everything out, and you would be scratch, zero drawdown. Obviously, the key to that, then, to making it pay off is to, you know, when the market starts to move in the direction that you assumed it was in the first place, you got to get off the hedge. But as long as you do it instantly, it's zero. It's a zero drawdown. So you don't ever have, if I enter the hedge down here, I have to, and price starts going up, I've got to make up that first 2.5 points on 1 mini to get to zero. Whereas if I enter the hedge here at the average price, or the dollar cost average price, then it's a zero hedge. Did that make sense? If that did, well then good, and I'm sure you looked at that already and have a handful of reasons why that's not sound logic, but I'm all ears. But this seems like a really great idea, and it definitely is a stress reliever, that's for sure. So now we're out the door. Well, there's the IB high, taken as expected. So for the for the EF trade, we need to have this pull back to the 25, 10 or long. For the other old-fashioned trade, we have an A. It didn't quite make the pullback zone, or the continuation zone or the pullback zone. So there is no B signal, and then obviously there's no trigger. And what's going on in the bar? Well, nothing. I guess nothing. I guess this could be a situation where you have a breakout and pullback. I'm anxious to watch what's going on. Oh, over here. So there's the breakout, as it should be. Now, will we get the pullback? Signaling along. And notice the weekly profile. And here's the POC for the week. I'm not saying that means just saying notice. No implied top secret meaning there. I think I'm pretty well caught up with my thinking here. Let's do the IB thing. Oh, I know something that I didn't do yet that's probably pretty important. First of all, let me just run through the initial balance for anybody that's new to the stream, and thanks a lot for joining. Please like and subscribe. That's a big deal. I'm only in it for the likes and subs, and drop something in the chat. That's where we've gotten a lot of benefit. This conversation around the hedging has been huge, as far as I'm concerned. Where am I now? What am I doing? Who's on third? What was I just thinking about doing, and now I got all busy about that. Oh yes, the initial balance. So what is the initial balance? Well, in case you don't know, it is the most probable statistic to be achieved in every one of the four statistical open types, today being 97.4%. What does that mean? The IB is set. The statistic becomes active after the first 1 hour. Remember, the definition of the initial balance is just the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So the minute that 90 minutes or that 60 minutes happens, in my case it's 9:30 Central Standard Time, there's a 97.4% probability that at some point during the balance of the RTH session, price will revisit that level, and it very definitely did so right there at 9:52. At 9:30, that was the IB high. It wasn't broken out until then. Now it's been tapped through, but there was no pullback or continuation zone. Now there would be a continuation zone for that particular IB strategy, but it didn't reach the 25% pullback for the other one, for the EF strategy. So that's the initial balance, and that's the key level in, or the initial rule in, come on man, what in the hell? In this one, the breakout. In this test, the A signal right there. And now there's a B. So now we have a B. If it pulls back to the trigger zone, this should be along. This would be signaled along, and the system here in IRT simulated environment, this system will take a trade. What else I was going to say was something I didn't do while I was gone. In order to trade on Bookmap, you've got to initialize the trade control panel right here with that little padlock button and select the account you want to trade. And now what I'm doing now is this 5 account trade copy thing with Lucid because I needed to de-risk from my live AMP account. So this one would be hot. I also need to do the mini for the hedging procedure that we're talking about here. And something is really important here. Let me make sure about that. I guess that's the right one. Okay, 1, yeah, that's right. Now, I need to have 5 here. No, I need to have 1 on the minis. And I need to set my quantity for the micros at 5. This is the beginning of the hedging philosophy here. And then you can turn this off because it will remain active, and you'll have all the statistics up here, and you'll have cancel and close on both. You got to do everything independent for each instrument, okay? There we go. Now, in general, I want to be sure that I'm on the right frickin' window, which I always click the wrong one. In general, I want to make sure I'm on the right statistics, boy, where that went right there. And that's Lucid, and that's correct. And I'll bet you money that the frickin'... Oh, I said it before I left. Okay, great. Super duper. Okay, and let's look at the 1 standard deviation bands, which seem to be a pretty valid thing to watch. I don't need I do need multi-account trading. See there, I just about made a giant mistake. I would not have copied this trade to those other 4 accounts, which would be stupid. And I'm not using the multi-bracket, so I think I've gotten my head screwed back on more or less. There was no trade taken on either account, on either system, because it reached the trigger, but it had not gotten to the continuation zone. Otherwise, this would have been a lovely long. With the EF one, it broke out. There's the breakout, but it did not pull back to the 25%, which is 65 or 70% of the days it does that. There you are. So now it's set up for the hedge, and the way what I must do now in order for me to do this is you pull that one loose as a Bruce, and this is not very aesthetically pleasing here for the moment, but just bear with me. Okay, what I do on this side then is this is the mini. So I pulled the mini over here where I can enter those hedge trades. And if you do this, you need to be real careful that you've got it sized in such a way that you have cancel and close, because obviously those are pretty important. And if you scrunch this up a little too far, they go away. I don't need to have, anything else showing. I've got the MC and all my delta and volume columns and the liquidity, but I definitely got to have cancel and close. And I have the metrics already, so that's not a problem. And then what I do is just to add an extra layer of obsessive compulsive behavior. Now I have this size so that I can keep an eye on pretty much everything going on in the hedge world. No, I'm saying to follow. Sorry, I wasn't reading upstairs. Sorry, to say to follow along here. Right screen. Okay. Let's pretend there's a long, and let's pretend we're going to enter at 73.70. That was what it was yesterday. There would be the entry, 5 contracts. Oh, it's not showing something here. Hold on. I'm sorry. There we go. There's 5 contracts. That's the entry. As I understand the original hedge plan, the stop would be originally at 5 points. So there's the add at 5 points. And originally, the same level, price level as the add to make a total of 10 contracts would be the opposite side trade of the minis. So in really, if you want to be accurate, it would be -1. So there would be the mini short, and you've got 10 micros long. Okay? Do all of this business with the micros exactly the same way instead of entering here at the add level, enter the short on the mini at the average price level, which is right here. And at that point, you're always hedged, zero scratch. Now, obviously, price has got to come down here and then get back up here again, which could be, may not happen. Whereas here it's automatic. So I get that, but I just happened to notice that before I went to bed last night. And on 1 or 2 practice trades that I did in the back replay with IRT or with Bookmap, it worked out fine. The problem was this is automatic. You can have the add and the hedge set up well in advance after you put on the trade. And just sit and wait. And if the price gets there, bam, you know, Bob's your uncle and you're in the damn trade and you're in the hedge. If you don't, you can't have the hedge sitting here because obviously when it comes through this price on the way down here, it's going to trigger the hedge. Can't have that happen. You have to wait for the add to happen. The second it happens, jump up here and put your order in for the short, the limit for the short of the mini, and then hope to Christ that it gets up here and hits it, because then you're hedged. Otherwise, if it continues south, you're not. So I think your system is great because the maximum you can possibly lose is 2.5 points, or about $100, $125 or $27.50 or whatever it is. No matter what happens to price. But if you are able to enter the hedge here, then there is zero drawdown on the hedge. That's what I was saying. I hope that's clear. And right now there's nothing going on hedge world wise. So there we are. And I will be right back. everything else working. I tried to have the music going, and yeah, it definitely works because I did it last night. If you don't put the hedge on until the average price, which is the scratch, right? This is the average entry, and if you put your hedge on over here, this goes up 4 ticks. This one makes 4 ticks. This one loses 4 ticks. It's a dead scratch zero the whole time. But you got to be quick, and the price has got to go your way from the ad to average price, because this average price is just automatic when you hit the ad. So there's no possible way you can set. Well, you could set it out at the planned average price. You know what that is based on the first entry and the ad, but it's got to get there first before you put on. And my systems here don't have a way to have a limit order sitting out over here that doesn't get hit when price comes through it from the top. So probably a waste of time, but it was kind of fun to play with last night. I should have taken snaps. I'm sorry I didn't do that. That was pretty stupid. The important part of the story is with the hedge system, which is completely legal for anybody who's just new to the zoo here. It's completely legal with prop firms, with brokerage, with everybody. This is not any form of illegal hedge or skullduggery. This is trading 2 separate contracts, one long, one short, within one account, which is an absolutely, completely legal thing to do. This is not Vicent economics in any way. This is the real deal. Well, look at what we've got going on here. We had our pullback, and if you were a rearview mirror guy, you got short right here because you knew that was the bottom, and you're long all the way up here, and man, oh man, isn't that fun? I am not good at that rearview mirror story, so I'm not that way, but whoops, could show you the right window, I guess. Sorry about that. So this is how I've set up my screens. This is Bookmap on my left monitor, of course, and this is the hedge set up on the right monitor. I got my little tool over here, even though I pretty well know what to do now. I mean, it's just 5 points, right? And this is the Bookmap where I enter the prices, where I enter the rest in the liquidity, or the limit for football. Oh, we took a trade. We got an A, we got a B, we got a trigger, we got a long on the old-fashioned one. And that's correct. I concur. There's the IB. The B, you're not seeing the correct levels, but the continuation zone's right here, and the trigger is right there. So the old-fashioned, originally vetted IB continuation or pullback no, you wait until you have the ad. The ad has to be on so that the short or the mini is the same, is 1 mini to 10 micros. That's obviously the maximum key. You can't put the micro on until after the ad has been triggered. Absolutely. No, it's got to go to your second buy first, and then, well, I didn't think about that one. And maybe you stumbled over a better one than I had thought about last night. But what I did was I did not put the mini short limit order anywhere. I waited until the second long ad on the micros at 5 points below the original entry. was achieved. Then I went to the average price point and put the resting limit mini short. Obviously, you got a real bad look on your face if the price continues to go to the second ad and continues south, because you got no hedge on. So I think in reality yours is the better way to go. But now this new thing you suggested, I have to think about that one for a minute. Oh, you're just opening up all kinds of reasons to think here. I'm gonna have to take my shoes off if I have to do a lot of math here. I can't count. I'm gonna run out of fingers. So here we go. We've got one target, at which point stop trails to entry, and we'll see where we get. No problem. Didn't take it. This is the original setup that I originally identified and coded, which started this whole thing. Yeah, I got to think about that one there. That other one, that's pretty interesting. Yeah, if you put the resting order here as price comes down towards the stop, or the 5 points, at this point you would be short double what you're long. So that would be twice as bad if price got down around here and turned around and didn't come back. I don't think that would work out. I'd have to try it, but just looking at it, I think what has to happen first is you've got to hit the entry, then you've got to hit the ad, which would be typically the stop, and then you're out of the game. But in this case, you're not, because originally you would also enter the one mini short. But what I messed with at the end of the evening last night was, rather than enter this here, I entered it right up here after this one. So the cadence would be 1, 2, and then 3. At that point, whichever way it goes, it's exactly scratch. There is no, it's 10 contracts, it's 10 micros, it's 1 mini, and any move you make, it's dead scratch. The problem, of course, the danger, of course, is if you come down here to the ad and it just keeps going south and you don't have the hedge on. So I think your original idea is better. I think that's a never mind. Myself. And if you tried to do it the other way, where you did 1, 2, 3, if you didn't get to 3, I mean, that would work beautiful if the price went right straight down to the stop here. But because you'd be doubling your profit on the way down. But if it doesn't, and you don't ever get this second ad, it wouldn't be a pretty picture. That's what I'm seeing. Yeah, I think you're exactly right. I just noticed that last night. It was not alcohol induced, but I was pretty tired. I thought, the Holy Grail. Oh, we're gonna be rich. Maybe not. And yeah, the worst with the original plan, the worst that can possibly happen is that you take a stop of 2.5 points on a 5 lot. So, or 1 mini, whatever you want to call it. It's about $127. That's the worst you can possibly do if price goes out the bottom of the window or shoots through the moon. If it goes through the moon, of course, and you're on the long, and you're on the, then you still need to deal with which side do you take off and when. But yeah, it's really nice for the psychological, the pucker factor. Well, what else is going on? I'm not used to the tweets or us being out of commission here. I guess he is. I don't know. I suppose he can probably tweet him from Air Force One, I guess. Yeah, me too. I'm over the moon with the idea. I think it's great. This thing is still working out pretty snazzy. It hasn't gotten to T2 yet, but it hasn't come back to the entry, which would be the scratch, the way it's set up. This boy over here isn't doing anything, and it didn't get a trigger. Everybody at the bar is hammered now, I suppose. Well, my old adage is in play. What does that top of that profile tell you when you look at the bottom? What does that say about the auction to you? To me, it says the auction got chopped off the hip pockets for whatever reason. We came down here, we auctioned down, we came to a point. The auction concluded. Nobody buying, nobody selling, but okay, let's go the other way. What happened here? Chopped its head off. What would make this profile look normal? Excess to the top. Same thing over here. So I would fully imagine that before this day or this session is over, we're going to go up the other direction. We're going to continue up. That would be my prediction. And anybody knows that that's a dumb thing to do in the markets. But that seems to always make sense to me, and it seems to follow through. Now, one thing that's interesting here with IRT that you may not be aware of, I think I mentioned yesterday, the other day, you see this gold line up here? And there's gold line down here, which is right on the IB low, by the way. These are the balance lines. This profile, including volume, will be balanced when price is right there. So at this moment, we are out of balance to the downside, if you want to believe this. Whoop, I don't want that to happen. And look back at the profiles. How many of them do you see with flat tops? Here's today, by the way. That's not to say we won't pull back down to the VWAP or the one standard deviation or whatever else it is, but it's just something I sort of noticed over the years. And Antonio's VPOC migration worked pretty smell here, and then again over here. Well, wait, this is full session. This is the RTA session. Is that true? 29 quarter. No. Something's all discombobulated here. This is IRT's RTH volume profile, and I believe that. This is what Bookmap is calculating based on the volume of this profile. Now, I wonder, did this expletive deleted profile not reset? I'm going to probably break everything here. I'm going to clear the reset and see what the hell happens. You ready? Hold your breath. Yeah, I'm stuck right where it was. Well, that's pretty weird. I don't understand that. And it's not a case that this was up here and then migrated lower, you know, which happens once in a while. This is all screwed up. Here's the overnight volume point of control. Here's where it was. Now it is up here. This is the RTH volume point of control. Okay, great. That's about right. But here is the indicator. So, oops. What am I doing wrong here, boys and girls? What I will do, I guess, is try to... if I download the data, if I re-download the data, I will likely lose these signal markers. So I'm going to do the old snapperoonie here on that one, and what happened now? And this one. Okay. And nobody's having too much fun at the bar, so that doesn't matter. Let's see, what do we have here? There's the ETH POC at 7422. Right here, it hasn't migrated. Oh, this is all upside down. Oh. Did I type the wrong thing over here? Let me see something. No, I couldn't have, because I've got the levels in here correctly. All right, I'm going to download the data. In case you don't know how that works, it's pretty tough. You go like this, download the data, and it will, you can see up here what's going on. And we'll see if something changes. Always something. We'll say this is a pretty goofy day, man. I'm gonna have to saddle up here in a few minutes and zip up and get Tam. She's supposed to be done with her thing. So this day is essentially got square in the head, I guess. Okay, there's the download queue. What did it do? I don't see any. I do. The difference. 7416 is the POC, and that's as it is reflected over here in Bookmap. And now we've got the levels shifting around, so let's give that a minute. What the hell? What's it doing up here? 36. I'm telling you what, there's a lot to be said for this thing right here. I'm telling you. I know Antonio uses it a lot for stuff. This is about a, you know, it seems to be kind of a no-brainer. It doesn't do all the magical crap that we do with other things, you know, like pushing session system statistics and all that noise. But it doesn't look like they're working very well today anyway, so it's just giving people the wrong answer instead of the right one. This is the POC right here, but it's not updating over here. And it's certainly, well, we've gone through 2. Let's check what happens this go around. Okay, now we got it. You see when this updated? And now everybody's on track down here. Ned's probably having a miscarriage or something over there. And up we go. If you're wrong, good for you. The thing I'm trying to do is align these hedging things. Granted, I'm just gathering data for the replays and during the day because I wasn't collecting data on both of the instruments until Friday afternoon because I used to have 4 or 5 instruments up there, the mini and the micro of the ES and the NQ, and then sometimes even CL or whatever. But I'm trying to keep the load off the RAM and the CPU so that IRT will stay and as responsive as possible. But now that I'm getting more data, I can do a more meaningful replays at night. And I'm starting with a concept from the data, right? What is the probability of an IB continuation today, and what are those pullback zones and things like that? And then, so right here at 9:30-ish, you could anticipate the IB high because of the statistics. Go long. If it pulls back, you've got the hedge. If it doesn't, what a pleasure. So incorporate both the stats with this phenomenal idea that Anton has come up with, and for which I will be eternally grateful. And that's the way I'm approaching it now. Typically, and every day in the stream, I used to have a definite recommendation: don't trade towards the statistic, all that kind, or front run. In other words, down here, don't try to trade towards the statistic because I'm sorry. Well, it's before 9:30, right? Or even down here, and they haven't taken the statistic. But when you have the probability of which of those is going to be taken out, and you're leaning on a 75% probability, and you've got the hedge backing you up. Whoa. For me, it is more, as if not more, psychologically calming, or I don't know, makes more psychological sense to me even than the risk neutral package, because you're still looking at the stop. This evades the stop. You can literally sit on this hedge all frickin' day if you're not out of the market, which is what happens with the typical trade. So I think it's really important, really a good idea. And if you want to know the rest of the strategy, like and subscribe. Stay till the end. I need to get one of those deals like that. There's some high school boy, I think I told you about it, some high school guy, or young fella anyway. Not a very, not a fit, attractive model type either by any stretch of the imagination. Figured out some AI thing where it's just, the camera was looking at him, and it shows them side by side. It's really a funny video. It shows him side by side doing the face gestures and doing the talking and all the stuff. And the AI generated image that sounds like, you know, that's doing the words and all the actions is a smoking hot young gal in a bikini, a small one. And apparently this kid got 46 or 43 or something like that $1,000 in a month or a month and a half on, because he had so many people sub to it on YouTube, and you know, got monetized and had so many views and whatever else. I don't know how those numbers work exactly, but yeah, it was pretty fun. That's what I need to do. I need to do smoking hot to trade or something, something like that, you know. And here we go. RTH high, previous high, Globex high, everybody's high. Previous, how can the developing value area high be way up there? That is wrong, obviously. The developing value area high is for the current is for the current auction. How the hell can it be above price? Oh man. All right. God damn it. See, it took out all of those signal markers. That's what I knew would happen. Well, this is real annoying. That is complete bullshit right there, boys and girls. The close and all these things are correct because they were in there from then, but now developing value area high is back where it belongs. Okay, that's a little better. They're toying with me. They're checking to see if I'm awake. That's what it is. The program, you know, the charting elves are testing me. I think I need to get ready to bust a move here. Just to run out and pick her up. This day is going to be just freaking shot in the head. See, if I'd have just been on my long, on my trade, I'd be up 20 handles right now and off to the next whiskey bar. So let's see here. Make sure the music's going to stay on. I'm just going to have to chalk this day up to a useless, I guess. But hey, it's real important. Real important to the lowest one. That's what matters. Okay, let's get over here and let's do one of the... Boom, let's do that one there. So I don't see any headline news. Of course, crude came out at 9:30, but that's old news. Z meets Trump in Beijing at 2100. Trump Bilat meeting with Xi at 21:15. So they're, you know, they're still grinding a hole through the troposphere there. That new Warsh guy got confirmed as the Fed chair. That's a freaking disaster. Got a $10 million yearly retainer from Druckenmiller. Which side of the coin do you suppose that guy's on? I heard him on a podcast. He's a real, special guy. Gets paid a lot of money for teaching a class at USC, and Druckenmiller gives him 10 million a year. He's obviously one of us. He obviously understands the common man. Maybe not, kind of like Trump does. So I guess what I'm going to need to do here at about 1:45 is bust a move. And this thing is going to continue up, so there's nothing I can do about it. Much as I want to be short. No, not really. Okay, I am going to duck away now to go on the reverse school. Oh, it's the reverse school run. I think that's isn't that a Trader Tom thing? I'm gonna tongue in cheek. I think I told you about listening to that live thing he did day before yesterday, lost 30% of his account. Man, pretty look at this thing go. They're going to get 7,500 today, sure as the world, because there are so many wonderful things happening in the economy. But look at this. Remember what I told you about that balance? Look where we are. Took care of that flat top, up here to the peak, right to the balance line. Now, because we've achieved this, and to do with the volume, the lower balance line is now moved down here. But you see my conversation a few minutes ago, I don't even remember how long, not very many. We were flat here, and I was pretty sure, or commented that it seemed strange in my experiences that we've got to conclude the auction to the upside. And pointed out this balance line. It's kind of almost amazing how that stuff seems to sort of happen. Not certainly that I'm any kind of wizard and know something special, but just, it's pretty amazing. Okay, Jesus, it seems like I just got back and here we go again. I hope she realizes how important all this is. I'm pretty sure she does. So here we are. What did we do here? Let's just run through them quick. Well, this one got T1 and came back to a scratch, so there you go. It says scratch, but in reality it got T1, which is 16 ticks. Four. Nothing happened over here, I don't believe. Nope, we broke out and we never looked back. Got a bunch of triggers down here which are meaningless. And the bar is closed, I guess, for renovations or something. I don't know. Well, here we go, loop-de-loop again. Zoom. I'm gonna have to duck. I'll see you guys in about, I don't know, close to an hour, I guess. It's about it's 15 or 20 miles out there and back. Out there one way. Depends on traffic. Well, that was fun. This day is officially shot square in the ass. Yeah, absolutely. Excuse me. Yeah, the economy is definitely rocking. Everybody's happy, and it's the best thing in the world, and I'd give up. I can tell you one thing, I sure as hell wish I'd have gone along back when I was talking about it when I was here a little bit ago. I hope you guys are. Somebody tell me they're along and they're having a wonderful time. Now I got to put in my eye medicine because I can't see. So yeah, that's quite the bump. Oh wow, they're going for 7,500 because it's such a great deal. That's exactly what the story is. That's exactly the story. And a new all-time high, of course. Yeah, 7,500 on the card. Well, huh. Well, let's see now. Yeah, look at that run. Look at this. Look at it on a Renko. There's 847. There has not been so much as they would have played hell shaking people out with this thing. That is just one straight path north. I sure hope somebody got there. My timing just couldn't be worse lately. Not that I've had any loss, but I mean, these kind of markets are what you need to, where do you make your money? So the story goes. There's the market profile. Yesterday, today. And man, when I was talking about this thing was flat on the top and needed to have more upside to continue the profile balance, I didn't quite expect it was going to be that big. Careful what you wish for, huh? Right now it's in perfect balance, by the way. There's the bottom gold and there's the top one, I think, isn't it? Oh no, sorry. There's the bottom balance way down here. So they got a lot of work to do to the bottom end to balance the profile. We're out of balance upside big time. It's so far down there I couldn't see it. Well, this is not the time to throw on one of our favorite new hedgy trades, but boy, I certainly would like to do this. I just have to roll with the punches today. This is all about TAM and their finals, so Now that's come to an end finally here. Now I get to pay for next semester this evening. Oh, there we go. Next quarter, I don't know what they do here. When I went to college, it was quarters. I think here it's semesters. I'm not sure. Well, what the hell have we got going on here? There's Blue Boy, so there's the open, there's the bottom, and there we are. 61 handles. 61 handles pretty much up. Well, actually more than that. 70, because we're down here. If you scrunch this up a little bit, the low is actually down here at 74. Well, exactly. 75 handles right to the moon, Alice. This is a Jackie Gleason, I guess, today, huh? Jackie Gleason. He was a good comedian and had a good entertainment show, but he was a weird son of a gun, that guy. I think in real life. And probably a lot of you have never even seen him or might not know who I'm talking about. Well, these bars have been firing off without any retrace at all, actually. What happened over here? Nothing, I'm guessing. Nope, no trigger. And boy, was that ever an up, up, and away. And what happened over here? Well, there was the one trade, but boy, and it was a long too. So, wasn't that something? Look at that. Jesus Christ. That's pretty dramatic, isn't it? Pretty dramatic. What is the change anyway? 43 and a quarter right now, oversettled. .58% move. Okay, I gotta put this stuff in my eyes now that I've been out there in the sun and everything. I will be yeah, it's I hope you're long there, my brother. It's one of those, just throw one out there, throw one on and go, go for a ride around the block and come back and you're in the money big time. Look at that. You go long the opening swing low and away you go. That's pretty crazy. See what's going on in the music world here. Okay. Oh man, this is giant crap. Look at this shit. They're looking at changing the mandate for the Federal Reserve to just a single a focus only on price stability, never mind jobs or inflation. Holy crap. This wash guy and this, if they don't, you know, if the economy isn't completely broken and bankrupt and in default within the next year and a half or so, it'll be a miracle. And then what happened after that, I don't know. That's a major deal there. That is a major deal. And I don't know economists, but I don't think it's a major good deal. If these guys, if these guys are endorsing it, that doesn't strike me as a good deal for the country in general. That's really disappointing. Disappointing news there. What else are they up to? I guess that's enough. Yeah, well, I got nothing at 74.80. I mean, I've got a big pile of liquidity sitting out there, but there's no anything. It's in, you know, no man's land. The only thing that's up here is liquidity in the book because we're way over all-time highs, et cetera, et cetera. In the MES, there's nothing up there as far as there's liquidity, and then again, there's liquidity at 75, and then at 80, and then at 90. And then, of course, I'm sure there's a pile of it up there at 7,500. Because that's where they're at. That's where they want to go, I guess. Reward these fellas for doing such a great job. Inflation is up 2%. And so, of course, the idea is, well, let's just remove the mandate for the Federal Reserve so they don't worry about inflation or jobs. Price stability. That's completely ridiculous. That's just shocking, actually, to me. That is pretty amazing. Okay, my eyes are burning like crazy. I'll be back in a flash. This is really disturbing news right here, I think. I'll be really interested to hear some folks much wiser than I in finance, but that looks like a real, if that isn't, that's a bad deal, I think. Never mind. Nobody cares, I think. Yeah, this new Warsh guy's going to be a real bad deal, I think. You know, stop and think about it. The House, the Senate, the Supreme Court, the Fed, it's the end as we know it, I think. And it's phenomenal how quickly it was able to come about. Yeah, I'm nothing I can do with this kind of a day at this point. Flat on top again though, so they need they can keep going for some more excess. Unbelievable. I know what to say. Well, wow, what do you do, huh? I don't know how to do these days. One thing you don't do is step in front of it, I don't think. Yeah, the shorts got squeezed, but from where? These last couple of days over here, do you think? I mean, we're past all-time highs, so where would the short be? That's the part I don't understand about these days. Let me rephrase that. That is a part about that I don't understand, not like the only thing. Because obviously there's a lot of things I don't understand. All right, I give up here. I'm just gonna let's see what Walter Bloomberg got to say. Well, I'll tell you, well, this is the last of the school day it runs, so. U.S. alleges Chinese firms secretly planned arms sales to Iran. While Trump is over there trying to be having meetings with Xi. This is all Walter Bloomberg stuff here. Well, they already know that Russia was targeting information for the missiles to hit Bahrain and those places. They admitted it. I mean, they said so. But you notice there's not a word said about that. It's the weirdest dynamic, this 29 minutes ago, Senate now voting to confirm Kevin Warsh as Fed chair. 29 minutes ago, can that be right? A lot of stuff going on in Walter Bloomberg today. If you're tracking it, I can't figure out how to even open. I don't want to open it. Any X crap on this trading machine, but it's Walter Bloomberg at Delta One / it. The correct exact thing on X is, I don't know. It's a weird looking URL actually. Walter Bloomberg at Delta One. That's what I know. It seemed to be a lot more up to date than Financial Juice, or certainly investing.com. Back to the job at hand here. Look at this crap. Well, we don't have a retest, do we? That would be a pretty tight. This would be a pretty tight bar and a retest, and I don't think I'd be brave enough, or whatever euphemism you want to use for it, to step in front of this thing. Sure, it's going to retrace at some point, but that's probably what all these guys have just got their shorts squeezed out of them. Got squeezed out of their shorts, no pun intended. Thought. Look at this. 83.34, 50 handles. 50 handles off the IB. God damn. Wow. I certainly hope somebody's on one of these. I'm sure somebody is. Somebody knew about this long in advance. Had it all pre-read, I'm sure. Look at there. What a day. And look at all the liquidity laying up here. Well, I guess I could be on the right window. I'm looking at the stream on my upper machine and using my mouse to zoom around. Look at all the liquidity laying up here at these levels. I'm sure if you think they're not going to try for 7,500, I think you're mistaken. This is from the last RTH I put in there on the 10th. So they've got that one out now, convincingly. This story about the Fed is really concerning to me. I'll be real interested to hear some wise economists weigh in on that, because that seems to me to be the death knell for our economy and everything we've held dear as long as I've been alive in America. Who'd have thought? A handful of Looney Tunes egomaniacs would destroy this country. That's amazing to me. All right, 1340. Got about an hour and 20 minutes left on the cash market, and I've been pretty MIA most of it here. Apologize for that. These guys they must be trading the NASDAQ. Let me just see something here. $52. Oh yeah, easily. This one fellow was saying he took 52 points out of the market short, and I'm thinking from where? But in the NASDAQ, yeah, no problem at all there. That would be another one to bring the hedging concept to, I think. That'll be a fun one to try, but I won't have any data for it on I won't have any data for it here in Bookmap. I guess I could start recording it now. What is today? Wednesday? Then I'd have half of today, or 2 hours of today. I can start tomorrow and see. My biggest problem is seeing what those two instruments will do as far as data. I really wish Bookmap had a data download and backfill facility like IRT, for example. And I do pay for historical data with DT and IQ feed, the same as for IRT. But unless somebody knows how to get it to do that, I don't know how you get it to backfill. Yeah, that's exactly what I was just looking at, Anton. but setting up for what? A short? I mean, come on. If I can get the right frickin', I got to get another mouse. I had gotten rid of my wireless mouse for the trading machine. It got one with a tail on it, and it lasted about a Logitech fancy thing, and it lasted about 2 months. And so I'm back to my MX Master 25s. I've got a couple of those. One of them, the batteries died on for the other machine, so I'm just using one and switching back and forth between the three machines with the little button on the bottom. So here was what I was thinking was the bar setup. Had that been, in my opinion, doesn't qualify. No, sorry. This doesn't qualify for the retest idea, right? This would have been the bar and then the retest, and then boy, oh boy. But I don't see anything else. What's happening over here? To the moon, Alice. Even further to the moon. This is a classic example of, had I not trailed to entry, well, it would have taken it out at T2, but can you imagine that runner? Wow. That's the kind of stuff YouTube gurus are made out of there. Yeah. So anyway, here we approach the power hour and the all famous cash close. I'm not sure when the next semester starts, but I should definitely be off the school runs and able to focus 100% here. starting after today, starting tomorrow. What happened here? What's the deal? $74.80. Okay. I see what you're talking about. When you were talking about the the bar, you were thinking about it for the consolidation, the breakout, the retest, and then the short. Well, yeah, this could be one of those things to tell your grandkids about if you shorted this mother and it went all. Can you imagine if they bring it all the way back to the open or below? Wouldn't that be like yesterday? That'd be something, wouldn't it? That's great. Good for you. I had a pretty good day too. I know that road between here and Lone Star College like the back of my hand. I've got all the back trails down now, so I can do the traffic dodge. Yeah. What I actually do is that Google gal is that pretty good about saying whatever maps or whatever it is, the CarPlay thing. It's really handy though. It's amazing technology. When I started flying and sailing both, we were using charts. I can do a noon transit with a sextant. The only thing that was even remotely electronic, which was not very dependable, was Loran C, if you've ever heard of that. So boy, the technology changes are, even in my lifetime, are pretty phenomenal in this stuff that we're thinking about, that we deal with on a just accept as, yeah, well, everybody's got a GPS in their car, don't they? Dead reckoning and using and in flying we used NDBs or VORs. But sailing was primarily dead reckoning. Stuff. Okay. 13 for 13. Here we go. 1350. Let's go. Get up there. Power hour. Everybody dance. When did that big dump happen yesterday, actually? That would be pretty funny. Here we're gonna zoom back here to the easy one to use. Let's look at this thing. Well, there you go. This is New York yesterday. So we dumped to 12 o'clock, remember? And then passed all the way back and the other way. Then all night they're doing this. And here we go again. Down and to the moon, Alice. Half and 1 standard deviation targets over the IB is not even close. We could have gotten 2 out of him. My goodness God. Come on, how do you get this? How do I do that? You can trade with this thing too, somehow or another. I don't know that, but I mean, I guess you have it hooked to a broker and then these trade buttons work actually. I still haven't figured out how to get the damn things unhinged. I think it's so completely ridiculous that they're stuck up here in the upper left corner. Here's the market. And if nothing else, they ought to be down here in the lower right. At least where you're close to your trade or the center. But, you know, this is the dumbest freaking thing I ever saw. And as near as I can tell, there's no way you can move them. So, I mean, I don't care if I'm not doing anything. I figured out how to set up a risk neutral 2-lot for 16 ticks so that it puts in the brackets, but just playing around with it. But the closest I could come to actually using this, thinking of using this if I were serious. Oh, this is another thing about it that blew my mind. There's no such buttons or any way to hotkey flatten or cancel all anywhere else. Any button here in the trade control stuff or any hotkey combinations, you got to have the dome open and be able to do that over here. Now, that's what I was able to find with, you know, searching for it, but that's yeah, I would believe you. Absolutely. I would always believe you if you told me you had a trade. But and that's where the let the winners run story. And according to Tom Dinklewitz, Tom the trader guy, this is the place where you really make your year because you're adding to the winners. His big thing is add to the winners. Adding. He's all the time adding and says that's what he recognized between traders that were successful those 10 years he worked in the brokerage and traders who were marginal to not successful. They never added to their winners. And most of them who didn't add to the winner had a problem letting the winners run. That's another thing about this hedge thing that I do like is it's not the risk neutral 2 lots or any of those bracket orders that I put in. Your upside's capped, right? Unless you take that one off and then manage the runner, trade manage from below. With the hedge setup, you've got to be once you figure out and get on the right side of it and get the other leg off, then you've got to manage it, and letting the runners run is a little easier. I hope. Am I looking at the right thing even? I don't know. This is what I was looking at over here, but then I hope I changed my mind. Yeah, I would definitely believe you. You know, and if every time you came through a level, you threw on another couple of contracts, you'd paid for the kids' college, you know.
One of the things I'm doing with the replay story and that I want to bring forward into this, now in the live things with the hedging is a much earlier entries. I'm still predicating a lot on the opening candle and the IB and things like that. But like these opening swings, the orbs on smaller time frames rather than just the IB, because by the, you wait for the IB, there's a lot of movement going on there. I don't know. Wait a minute. No, it's Wednesday. Yeah, well, Wednesday he might have. Wednesday he doesn't live stream. This other guy named Andy, which he calls Karaoke Andy. Seems like a pretty nice guy. He's taken over the live stream on Wednesday. Tom still trades, but he's not doesn't do the live stream on Wednesday. This is apparently just recent. I don't listen to him very much. What happened to you? Kind of why I brought him up lately is at night I try to listen to something to fall asleep, right? And but I don't want to listen to just like Joe Shit the Ragman does jazz or something like that, or some stupidness. So I usually try to find something to do with trading or psychology or hedging or the math around probabilities, stuff like that. And Peter Boyle now and then, a lot. And I stumbled into some of the Tom Hogarth things, the live streams, and now I guess because I've listened to one or two of them, they get pushed all the time. You know what I mean? YouTube has a funny way they do that. I don't exactly understand, but I don't select them. Like I'll be listening to something and then I'll wake up in the night and it'll be one of those Hogarth things going on. And I didn't select it, but it was pushed there and started playing, so that's kind of why I've referred to him lately a few times. And I did notice that he's got two streams. One's a EU, which is like 2 a.m, and then he's got the the US. It's the open for about an hour and a half, I think each one is. But he doesn't trade, as I think I mentioned this before. He doesn't trade NASDAQ or or ES. He trades through his broker, and it's called like Dow 30, and the other NASDAQ is called Tech 100 or something like that. They're not it's some CDF or CFT or whatever it's called. And I think that might be part of the deal with his size, because I think I heard him reference one time, because I was saying, sometimes you'll have like 100 lots. Well, it's a small percentage of the actual futures size somehow that these guys are doing over there. You can probably tell I know exactly nothing what I'm talking about, but yeah, I'm sure he made good money, and I hope that German fella, Andy, whatever his name is, he's a German guy living in Prague. Go figure. And how he and Tom got to be close enough to where Tom has confidence to have him take over his live stream thing one day a week. I don't know. It just happened. From what I heard a couple of weeks ago, it started, so beats me. But yeah, he's also very definitely, they always take what they call the espresso, which is the first, it's just a breakout trade on the first opening, basically opening of the market, and they take it regardless. And the school run thing they have, whatever that trade is, which is also another breakout idea. And some of the other trades they talk about, I don't have any idea, but those two I know are just basically opening range trade breakouts. And they take them religiously. Yeah. Don't know. Never been in that part of Europe. I always kind of lived and worked along the equator. I've been to London a few times in England, because we had an office, this home office for the company was up there. Just like, 3 or 4 days or something at a time. And then once I traveled through Paris and then over to Switzerland to deliver some airplane parts to a guy who was flying somewhere else, and then back to South Africa. So that's about as much as that's the extent of my European travels. When I was living in Angola, we used to transit through Paris back to the States. I used to had a girlfriend living in Miami. When we rotated out, it was through Paris on Air France. But through the airport, so what, right? Could be the dark side of the moon. How the hell would you know? Well, here's 74.80. No, 74. 74.74. Yeah, balls of steel, and also account size. That makes a huge difference. I really believe that. I don't know your account size nor just any of my business, but I know for a fact, like Hogarth the other day, whatever day that was, 2 days ago, lost $30,000, 30% of his $100,000 contract. When he opened that day, he'd increased the size because he had increased it from 100,000 up to like 129 something, and that day he lost it down to 98 something, less than he started with. But he said, well, but I you don't know, but I also have other accounts that I trade not on this live Telegram YouTube thing, not part of this live streaming event. So he's probably got a couple $1 million laying around somewhere, and this 100,000 is just the thing he throws up, an account he throws. And I suppose Tom B's got a pile of money too, I would guess. So it's probably easier. You can have a lot bigger swings because that, percentage risk is completely different. The risk calculations are completely different. Oh, cool. Wow, that's great. Yeah, I've known. Oh wait, or have I? No, I haven't actually. I was thinking I knew somebody from Prague, but I don't think I do. So if this thing breakout retest, whatever the hell they're up to, if it goes back to 74.80, you're considering the short. Am I correct there? Not suggesting anything or poking you, but I want to just see your thinking. And there's a different way to look at it. You see, yeah, I'm on the right one. If this is the consolidation you're looking at, then there's the breakout and here's the retest. Now, did my bar thing capture this consolidation? The bar has captured my imagination. So, no, well, wait. So this one did capture this consolidation pretty well. Breakout. Now we've just dribbled in this retest right here. Is it going to now trade back across? Which is, I think, what's happening right here. There's that consolidation. There we go, there we go, there we go. There's a little drop down of the couple of candles and now back up. So yeah, I think that's correct. Yeah, it is, definitely. That's definitely correct. Who's he? Tom? What's his name? The platform that Tom the trader uses is called Trader Nation, TN or something like that. And Tom's always talking about, this is my platform, I had it built and this and that and something else. But I look at down at the watermark and it says this Trader Nation thing. Now the only other person I've seen using it is that Andy, Karaoke Andy guy. But I don't know any more about it than that. And he talks about CFTs. And when you look at one of the streams, because he shows his account all the time. Okay, so here's my account. This is where I started. This is what I've done. This is how much I've lost today. Blah, 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 blah. And you see, or when he's trading a chart, you look up in the right corner. If you're using YouTube, stop it. You can zoom up there and look on your phone or whatever. And it's called, it is not the futures. But it doesn't really, I don't think it really reveals who the brokerage is. I don't think. But it ain't the NASDAQ or the ES or the Dow. It's the Dow 30 or the Tech 100 or the something else. And they also don't, very rarely do I ever hear them talk about the ES. It's always the Dow. The Dow, the DAX, the FTSE, and those are the primary ones. And what he calls the NASDAQ, but if you look on his chart, it is not the NQ. It's the, whatever it is, Tech 100. So, I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, it beats the hell out of me, man. I don't even know what a CFD is. I don't know what would be the purpose. It's contract for difference, isn't that it? Isn't that what it stands for? So I don't get it either. Who knows? Maybe, maybe it's complete hocus pocus. Who the hell knows? Like so many people. I just wish, I wish I had a 20 or 30,000 or whatever it is you need subscribers and was getting a nice check from YouTube every week or every month. That'd make my life easier too. I would be a lot more relaxed and focused about trading, I'm sure. But, there's a lot of guys that just don't make any money trading. It's only about the subs and stuff, I believe. And that's their only focus, really. So they say. I don't know. The hell do I know? I'm trying to do it my way. Sound like Frank Sinatra. But there's money in it. Money, right? I mean, I'll tell you, no, you don't use YouTube, but I noticed something today logging on to Bookmap, or yesterday night, or whenever it was, from the replay to the real time. There's a thing on Bookmap that I've never clicked and I don't know about. There are three choices when you log on. There's live trading, which is pretty obvious. There's replay, which is also pretty obvious. And then there's simulated. I don't know whether you can select that thing and then have your subscribe to your get your data and just trade simulated within Bookmap. I don't know that. That's just pretty stupid. But I don't. And one thing I do know, I believe, is that down here in the right corner, you're going to have, it'll say, I know when I'm doing replay, it says, I think it says replay or simulated or something down there. Beat the hell out of me. It's, too complicated. May 20. Yeah, there you go. I wish I could show you this. Oh, well. So what? Yeah, well, that would be pretty disappointing if Hogarth's just full of shit's a Christmas goose. He seems all, stressed out and emotional, and people are sending him texts. Please, you've drawn down 30% of your account, and you've got this on and that on or something else, please liquidate or, stop and think about it or something. So he read this thing out. Please don't take offense. And he said, I answered him back, no offense taken, but I know my mind and this is how I'm going to trade that with this big deal. But that'd be pretty funny if he's just BS and buzz tickets and it's all some hocus pocus sim thing. That would surprise me. My only thought was that it somehow it was access to basically the futures markets or based on the futures markets, but it was a lot cheaper. In other words, instead of $12.50 for the ES, it would be like a micro, I don't know. That's what I was thinking. It's like a freaking bucket shop. Oh, well, that's complete crap. Whoa. That's like the FX market. Exactly. Okay. Wow, that's amazing. Here you are at 480, by the way. Stop confusing you. Oh, well, and we're past the power hour, too. I'm not going to go through the back testing story because I don't think that interesting, and I'm going to just do that every once in a while rather than every day. It seems like I just repeat myself, and usually the regulars know it, and so it's got to be boring to tears. The thing that would put me on my back foot about this is that 75. You can bet they're just slobbering on themselves to get that century figure up there. They're all sticky and wet and everything else. Who are you talking about? Hogarth? Well, I don't see the live trades because I'm asleep. I'm in bed, right? I'm listening to it at 2 o'clock in the morning or something. But it's a live recording. It's just like the stream here. And yeah, he adds all the time. Stand by, adding to footsie, stand by. Okay, there's this ad. And Andy does the same thing. I've never seen Tom B trade, so I have no clue what goes on there. My goodness. Yeah, he does regularly on. As I said, I only tune into the live recordings like in the middle of the night when I wake up and I want to go back to sleep and my mind goes zooming off on something. And as I said, that for some reason the algorithm pushes those as the next thing to me a lot. So I'll just hit it, you know. And I try to keep them current, like the EU session for today, for example. Now that was an Andy guy, but say yesterday, I just look at the date and it's the EU session, live streamed an hour ago or something like that, and hit it. Well, we're banging around your 80s up here, my brother. I would not be going short here. But boy, the hedge thing is really great. Can't thank you enough for that. Heads up. Let's see, we've got the bar. The bar's open. Well, if you want to look at this, the bar's working out as far as the breakout, retest, and up. And in reality, it would be about whatever this is, 72 to 80. Yeah, I don't see anything either. I was just wondering what you were looking for. For me, it would be the other way around, actually. For me, there would have been the trigger, thinking about the bar story, there would have been the trigger for the consolidation, the breakout, retest, and up they go. And in the direction of context. Of course, I didn't do any of that, but if you say it fast, this is 10 handled across it. So this is 2.5 points on the scale in order to get the whole session in. So that's kind of deceptive to me. Sometimes I get to thinking, oh, that's hardly a move at all. And then I look down there and it's 10 or 15 handles, and it's because of the scale. Got me all confused. This doesn't look right. We've still got the flat top going on here. I'll do the recap at the bottom of the hour, and we'll do the market on closing balance at 1450. And then, as per usual, I'll wind the stream up at 1500. And back on the normal schedule, 8 o'clock Central Standard Time in the morning. Wow, it's 30C here right now. Whew. Okay. Yeah, you can go. Yeah, it's like everything else, right? Yeah, anything in trading you can flip the other way, it seems like. But yeah, the bar trade very definitely can go either direction. And if you want to look at it in different fractals, to quote that, not to use that word, but too often, but here's a consolidation right around this little guy right up here, breakout and a retest. Just as same as here's the larger, consolidation, the breakout, the retest. So yeah, in other words, I'm as confused as usual. And there's a word for the human. There's a word for us picking patterns out of everywhere, whether they're really there or not. That it's part of our monkey boy. That inner monkey boy self, where we've inherited all of this baggage and wiring over the millennia. But there's a specific word for that ability humans or disability humans have to spot patterns. I can't remember what it is. But yeah, well, if you short that. If you short the 80, you're in the money for $5, so good for you, dude. That's great. And in this case, that would be the quintessential asymmetric trade, because you're wrong, just over your head there. Got a new high. Yeah, monkey boy. What is the name of that? I forget. Anyway, all part and parcel of our wiring there, which gives us FOMO and all those things. In the case of the short, where you say I got the trigger being this where we come back up here and sellers don't get anywhere at the retest, I guess, or ain't none of my business also. Well, me either, obviously. And we're approaching the bottom of the hour. I would say we're still going to continue. I would say we got more upside here. Just looking at this thing, this is the flathead, man. And we're right on the balance zone. This looks unfinished. Over on the market profile here, it doesn't look so pronounced. Maybe it's just a matter of scale or how this thing is drawing, but it just looks flat. Well, this is tapered. This is flat. Okay. I don't know what to say, but I noticed that frequently. I'll look at the market recap at the bottom of the hour and just kind of run through the charts and the news and the reports for the day coming up tomorrow. And I don't know how long. I suppose this extravaganza in China is going to last till probably Friday, and then come back on the weekend, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what to make of meetings, you know, this kind of diplomacy and stuff. It's like, if I were China or any other nation, the way this administration has been saying one thing and flipping around and doing something else and signing this paper and saying we withdraw that thing, why would anybody trust them? I think we have suffered a huge blow to the credibility. You know, just we have agreements in place like NAFTA and all this crap. We just throw it out the window and start doing this and that and something else and putting tariffs on here, and we have an agreement that says we're something different. You know, I don't know. I'm sure they have a plan, or they think they do, but it seems curious to me. But I'm sure a lot of the entourage or the posse, Trump's posse, will be, you know, getting a lot of selfies and great pictures in China. So I guess there's an upside. I guess there's an upside. And as we pull into the end of the cash market here, I would say that this cash market looks to me like they've got more upside on their mind, and they're running out of time, which is never a good sign. I mean, it's a good sign for continuation, I should say. Kind of ran out of gas right up here, though, didn't they? And there we are, the final curve. We have now rounded the home stretch, the whatever they call it, the clubhouse turn. We're headed for the finish line. So there you go. Here's the day. There's Blue Boy. There's the open. There's the opening swing low, and heidi ho, up we go. And that's, didn't bother looking back all day. Because of what? Got no idea. Maybe they're all excited about Warsh being the Fed guy because they think they're going to get a bunch of rate cuts and make money for themselves and screw everybody else. I guess. No other news that I see. And IRT here. There was yesterday. There we are. This is the MES micro layout. If you aren't familiar with the IRT, any of these charts, in the heading is the chart name, which is meaningless to you, but there is the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you can always, if I'm on this window or you see it in the stream or a screen snap, you can always tell. This is the MES then, the MNQ, and this is the high time frame for the MES. Just pretty crazy. This is the day session for the MES, and this is the RTH. These are daily candles for the day session of the RTH. Every one of these is one RTH session. Wherever price overlaps each other, and then I draw the volume profile, and that gives me the micro composite VPOC and these high and low volume nodes, which are represented by the red and green lines, and they push automatically to bookmap. And here's today. you know. New all-time highs, bumping our head on 7,500, and yeah, go figure. Here's the ES. I don't change the market profile from micro to mini. What do we got going on in volume? I haven't looked at that here. I've been all discombobulated. Well, been holding. Early this morning it was up here around 5 on the ATR, but the volume's been holding. This is average volume looking back for 20 periods, 20 sessions for the same time period. And there is also a tab for the minis. Oops. And these are the session prices, which I push to Bookmap and which I share with anybody, free. Happy to do so for anybody that can use them. Just like and subscribe and drop something in the chat and I'll hook you up with it. And then those values push over here. This is the high and low volume nodes and the session prices. And we're at all-time highs, What do you want? Deservedly or not, that's where we are. That's the reality of it. The news sources are investing.com. I prefer it because I like the way I can screen snap and post in a Discord or wherever. It focuses on traditional economic news. Fond memories of the time when these are the things that were important to our markets and to the economy, not what some Looney Tunes goofball is chatting, is posting on a social media site. Sorry, but that's how I feel about it. It's just, I can't believe where we are. We are where we are. Anyway, this is the PPI. These are today, right? So we'll be able to easily see what tomorrow's all about. We got retail sales, core retail sales, export prices, import prices. There we go. And that's tomorrow. This is, you can filter for any place you want or reports you need. And we are in earnings season also, which I suppose everybody knows. Tencent, Cisco, Alibaba, the retail boys, SoftBank. I think the next and last of the Mag 7 is NVIDIA, which I think posts on the 23rd or something. It's a long ways away. Let's look at next week and see something there. The problem with these earnings are, they've shortened up. This would take about 5 scrolls originally, so we're down to nearing the end. Let's see where we are. You see NVIDIA go by, holler. Yeah, there we go. The 20th. They report after the bell on the 20th, which is next Wednesday. So that's that. This is free, as is the other news source I use, which is Financial Juice. My thinking here is to keep them free so that anybody that comes through the stream can have access to the same resources. And Financial Juice. Now, the difference is they have a calendar similar to investing.com, but they do pull these random, non-typically economic events into the calendar because they, as well as the rest of us, realize that in this current environment, these kind of things can have a huge impact on the auction. May not. No political statement whatsoever. It's just a fact. Our prime motivation now as traders is to preserve our account. The basic technique to do that, to start with, is risk management. Much more important than all these entries and setups and all that stuff. So, how can you manage risk if you don't know about it? You cannot. So I really appreciate it when these potentially high-risk events are going to be scheduled and they pull them into this calendar. Over here is the more of a squawk box, and this is where the market on close imbalance will be posted at 1450, as it is every day. So there you go. And here we are just flopping around like a fish on the dock up here after this humongous run-up of essentially 80 points, 85 handles today from the lows. I think the low was right on 7,400 or something, so we're pushing across 80 handles. Is this capitulation? Is this irrational exuberance? Because you know, as well as you're hearing my voice, someone is on the other side of every one of these trades, and somebody's short. Because all this buying requires someone on the other side of the trade. The futures business is a zero-sum environment. We trade contracts. There cannot be a trade without a buyer and a seller. So, all the people that are buying these things up here are buying them from someone who is selling them. Did that person get long down here and is now selling into these shorts up here to take profit? Maybe. I don't understand all the dynamics of it, but I know for damn sure that it's a two-sided market, and I also know that the market goes up to go down and goes down to go up, because that's how it works. They get on inventory, then they adjust their inventory and liquid, get down and make a bunch of money, and then they reload. In the case of this, imagine if you're a market maker and you're selling to all these shorts covering. And what are you going to do right up here? How are you going to make money? Oh, my goodness. Down we go. Happened yesterday in the day. So we'll see what happens. I don't know. And this thing could go up to 10,000 for all I know. But I'm pretty sure that at some point in time, the house of cards is going to fall down, and this thing is going to have a retrace that's breathtaking, in my opinion. Just my opinion. And we're going to get the market on close rebalance or imbalances at 1450. So I'm going to go grab some water here. Starting tomorrow, I'm gonna put the subscribe to the NQ and the mini and the micro and see how Hedge World works there. I'm quite anxious to try that. Actually, I wish I'd have thought about it before. I have no data now, so I got nothing to trade. Or, practice on. And will we get a closing swing trade? Will they just knock the pins out of them, you know, or will they pop it up through 7,500? Your guess is as good as mine. I'm sure somebody knows somewhere. Let's do some old-fashioned. Let's do some old-fashioned, you know, whatever they call it, technical analysis. What do we have here? Well, at this moment, we got a consolidation. We broke out. We retested. We also have lower highs, and I guess higher lows. So it's doing a wedgie. But just look at the overall context of the market. I mean, there you are. And Delta here is just all buying. There's a little selling there, and the rest of this is buying. Look at that. All the way down. Delta meaning the aggressor. It doesn't mean that there was not sellers on every one of these locations, because it's a zero-sum environment. There has to be, but that's how the market moves up and down, is aggression. The market goes down because sellers aggressively cross the inside market and hit the bid, and down she goes. Market goes up because aggressive buyers come across the inside market and lift the ask, and up it goes. But there is never a case where there is more than one, more buyers than sellers, period. In the futures transactions. Liquidity, absolutely. There would be huge imbalances in liquidity. This is the order book volumes up here. You can see that there is a little imbalance for selling and buying at the moment. That's what this thing does, I think. What's this say? Let him look. Order book imbalance displays the ratio between average size of limit orders and come on. Limit orders placed on the bid and ask sides of the order book. Yeah, so that's just volume, imbalance of volume in the order book. I don't mind telling you, I'm tired. Wow, that's really just interesting, because that CFD thing is that's the Wild West. I think that's much like FX was. I don't know. I had a first-hand experience looking behind the window at the curtain on that FX world, and I didn't want anything to do with that. I mean, unless you were like, it's like YouTube. If you're one of the inside on the inside track and you've got a bunch of followers or something because of your content and you're making great money, it's a wonderful thing to do, right? And it's not exactly skewed against those who don't. But in the case of Forex, man, I saw the back office crap tools they have basically from MetaTrader. What a rigged up. It's like the most bucket shop rigged casino you ever saw in your life. They can do anything they want. They can slow your fills. They can put you from the A book to the B book. They can do whatever they want to do. irregardless of whether you put the right trades in or the right read or the right anything else. It is one crooked as a dog's hind leg. And if that's the way those CFD things are, wow. That's amazing. I wouldn't want any part of it. And like all these poor guys that think they're so naive about, I guess, life and business that they think somebody's giving them something for nothing. And boy, aren't they clever? This Robin Hood crap. This trades are free. Are you out of your mind? You know, how do you suppose that guy's a billionaire? Because he's giving away shit for free? It's amazing. They don't even grasp the concept of order flow, and that's where Robin Hood makes all its money. And why does Citadel or BlackRock or whoever, Jane Street, why do they pay for order flow? Because they're going to front run it and screw your ass. I mean, it's amazing to me. And these guys just slurping it up. Or I'm completely wrong, and you know, they're smart. They have it figured out, and I don't. But that's what I figured out. So we got about 10 seconds till the market on close. Let's see if there's a giant pop. Well, not much of a giant one, but a little bit of one. A little bit of a squiggle wiggle over here. This used to be a pretty big. Oh, and look there, they got the VPOC to migrate up on that bump right there. So that was the market on close imbalance. Let's go have a look at what it says. Now yesterday, damn it, wrong thing. Oops. Yesterday it was fairly substantial. There was billion something or another on the ES. Looks like we're getting a little sell-off here. Oh, well, my. What a surprise. 1,779,000,000 sell side S&P 500. $1,757,000,000 sell side NASDAQ 100. Sell side 164 million on the Dow, and sell side 553 million on the Mag 7. So yeah, get them long and sell them, baby. Remember now that this 1,779,000,000 more sell contracts offer, contracts for sale than are to buy. This doesn't mean that's all. This could be 10 trillion, but there's 1 billion more. It's the imbalance that's important. Yeah. Well, there you go. How about that, huh? We made it through another day, just barely. And boy, I'm looking forward to not having to get up and do anything and just get in here and hedge the bejesus out of this thing. Oh, you came right down to your, right down and pegged your deviation over here, Anton. Look at there. Oh, look at this crazy Ivan we've got up here. Huh. Developing, see, this is the danger. Well, now, this may not be the truth either. Yes, it is the truth. This is the developing value area high on the high of the day. And that seems to coincide with the volume profile on IRT, so this is not an anomaly, I don't think. What that tells me is this auction is not even remotely through going up, and will continue to do so in the overnight. Well, it wouldn't. Yeah, it wouldn't work for me. Especially, I don't trade them. I don't trade anything after 1400. I actually in my strategies over there that I code up and backtest, they actually have there's a rule in there, and there's an end of day rule that closes everything out at 1430. But yeah, it's too weird at the end of the day. Stuff is too weird for me. But. And this wouldn't really work that well. Well, it would because of the difference. This is 70. If you took this little retest right here, you would have gotten 10 handled out of it. This one up here wouldn't have done you so. Now, you could have done okay with the short, but only because I think this only happened because of the market on closing balance. I don't know how to predict that. I don't know. Yeah. The bar thing is a good idea. I think the bar is a good idea. There we go. But you see, this isn't, well, you could call this a bar. Breakout and retest, but then they got to kind of put in another one. I don't know. Let's monkey around with this a little bit. Let's see what the range is. Let's make the range something different. Let's make the range. What are you doing over there? 2 ranges, I guess. Let's make the range 12. 12 ticks, okay? Boom. I don't know why I did 2 of them. So there's 12 ticks, and there's no bars over here in the afternoon, but there was one here that broke out, never retested. Let's do something else. Let's try a different number here. We were at 16, we're down to 12. What does 20 do for us? Oh shit, they're everywhere. Bars galore. That's a good sign. That's like Wyoming. Bars on every corner. There's a place called Powder River, Wyoming. And the bar and only place there is called the Dewdrop Inn, with the euphemism on the spelling of dew, like morning dew. And they literally have entering and leaving sign on the same post. It is kind of a joke, but I mean, there's like 6 people that live there. But look it up, Powder River, Wyoming. It's on the road from Cheyenne to Riverton. I mean, from Casper to Riverton. Been there a zillion times. Powder River. Needless to say, there's been a drunk and a fight in that place more than one time. Obviously ranch country. But most of the ranchers in Wyoming are sheep ranchers, sheep herders. They're not, they do raise cattle there, but not as much as like Montana. It's pretty much all cattle. Yep, have a good day. Great talking to you, and I'm sorry for the distractions, but it's pretty well wound down now, I think. I certainly won't be doing this. I'll be closing the stream off at 1500 as usual. Back first thing in the morning on the normal schedule at 08 Central Time every trading day. Which is going to be in about 2.5 minutes, by the way. So have a great rest of your day. Remember that the most important piece of equipment you have in your trading office is sitting on your side of the monitor. You need to make real sure that you take good care of that. Be well rested, be well hydrated, exercise, stay healthy. Think about it, you know. All of the data on all of your screens and all your indicators and all your magic hocus pocus is taken in by your eyes and processed by your brain, and you use that to make financial decisions for you and your family. All the rest of it is superfluous. You know, somebody that's good at trading can make a couple $100,000 a year with one laptop, I'm sure. But tomorrow morning at about 8:30, get all set and ready to go. Get all your mouse, get all coffeeed up, get all ready, whatever you do to prepare for the trading day, and then close your eyes. And keep them closed for the first 5 minutes and tell me how the trading went. So you need to, I believe it's important to remember that and to focus on it. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it, by God. And I try to do that. When the markets close here, if you stop at 1500 or 1600 Central Standard, you know, every hour or two, take a break. Get outside, get some natural light, focus, soft focus, rest your eyes. Imagine your eye muscles are in constant tension the entire time you're focused on your screens. Clench your fists as hard as you can and see if you can do that for 5 or 6 hours. It's just, we don't pay attention to that. We take these things for granted, I believe. And it's real important. And I'm speaking to you as someone who has very definitely gotten older. So I know when you're, 20-something, you're spitting nails and bulletproof, but believe me, that will abate. And you want to be, and another thing that's really important, I believe, this is just advice from the old guy, I guess, but it is so easy to get out of shape when you're older, and it's so much harder to get back in. But to just maintain a level, you could start that when you're young now, just maintain a level of, a degree or a level of fitness that's good and healthy, and it's easy to maintain. So there we are. There is the 1500 cash close. That's 7.5 hours basically on the stream today because I started at 30 minutes early. Actually, it's only 7:28:54, so I guess I missed it by a minute. Oh yeah, I didn't get the stream kicked off, exactly right. This morning I forgot something I had to do different. Usually it's automatic. Anyway, have a great rest of your day. I hope you had a successful day. Like and subscribe on your way out the door. That'd be super. And be back here at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time for the pre-market, the setup, and we're going to trade the hell out of them tomorrow. I promise you. Take care of yourself. Have a good one.